I know, this feels like a lonely island, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah? Perfect. All right, good afternoon, everyone. I call this meeting to order at 5:18. At this time, the Board of Trustees will hear public comments, presentations, or requests on matters listed on the closed session agenda. Speakers are requested to give their name and addresses. Time limit for speakers is 3 minutes. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item for 20 minutes. The board reserves the right to limit presentations, and this meeting is being recorded. Do we have any public comments for closed session? Trustee Mota, do we have any? No? Is there a no? No, we do not have any public comments for a closed session. And with that, the board will adjourn to closed session. That was not strong. Oh, thank you. I apologize. I didn't know if folks could hear me. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here tonight. No action was taken during closed session, and we are reconvening back to open session at 6:12. If I may, we will be moving forward with the Pledge of Allegiance, and I would like to ask Ms. Kaylani Henshaw to please lead us through that. Thank you so much, Ms. Kaylani. We'll be moving forward with agenda item 5, communication and recognitions. We will be starting with our Student of the Month school sites. If I can please call up Principal Lyon.
Test 1, 2. Okay, good evening. Obviously, any night that we get to honor our students is a great night. We at Central do our Student of the Months by our departments. So we have some students that we have selected let me get this first one out. So from our Social Studies department, we have Sebastian Ramos, and I will tell you, Sebastian is at swim tonight, so he's not going to be here, but I do want to recognize him. It says, Sebastian has been in my history class for the past 2 years, and during the time, he has been a model student and leader. Sebastian serves in a leadership role for the Law Academy and is well respected by his peers. He is always on task, engages in class activities and discussions, and consistently produces excellent work. So we want to congratulate Sebastian, and I will make sure Sebastian does get his award. And our second one is Rihanna Fonseca. Is Rihanna here tonight? Yes, she is. All right. And her teacher says that she is one of the most engaging students in my world history class. Every day she comes to class prepared and excited to learn. She is extremely helpful to her peers and consistently exceeds expectations with the quality and effort that she puts into her assignment and projects. Additionally, she always participates and volunteers in class discussion and activities. She is an excellent student, and I appreciate everything she brings to class. So congratulations. Our next student is Diego Turhan. And I know also Diego is also on the swim team, so he's competing tonight. He did say that Mom might be here tonight, so I don't know if Mom's here. Yes, wonderful. And Diego is a student who's in the robotics club, swim team, and international cultural club. And it says, the French teacher indicates that it is a pleasure to have Diego in French class. He excels in both speaking and writing French, and he completes all of his assignments and always puts his best effort. So congratulations to Diego. And I'll make sure that Mom gets this. And also from our world language, we have Alexa Valenzuela Cruz. And Alexa is not here tonight because it's her birthday, and she said, I'm not coming to a board meeting because my parents are taking me out, so I let her go. She does want to, this one, top, there we go. Alexa's teacher indicated it is a pleasure to recognize her as Student of the Month. She is always responsible, goes above and beyond every task, and treats others with kindness and respect. Thank you for your hard work and great attitude, and that's from Mrs. Duenas. And Alexa, plans are to graduate high school, attend college, improve on her academic skills, and become a better person and obtain a stable and satisfying job. So congratulations to our Central Student of the Month. and Mr. Derma from Southwest.
Good evening, all. So we'll start off with Miss Aaliyah Booth. Aaliyah was nominated by Mr. Hinshaw because she is an outstanding student athlete who takes her education very seriously. She is always on point, even when sports pull her out of the classroom. She has an outstanding attitude and loves to assist her peers. And I know she has to get out of here because she has a game going on right now. So let's give her a hand, please. And our next winner is Miss Kalani Hinshaw. Kalani was nominated by Mr. Zavala because she is an exceptional student who consistently excels in class. She is highly responsible, always stays on top of her work, and ensuring it's completed, even when she knows she'll be absent for sport. She actively participates, assists her peers, and it's a pleasure to have in class. Let's give her a hand, please. Okay. And our next winner is Miss Natalia Perez Cesena. Natalia was nominated by Mrs. Huerta because it is a joy to have Natalia Perez Cesena in English 10 honors class and advisory class. She is an intelligent, reserved young lady who works diligently in all of her classes. She is currently in the Zavapa art program and enjoys her art class with Ms. Pettis. She is not sure where, but would like to go to college and major in animation. She has a bright future ahead of her, and I wish her all the best. And last but certainly not least, we have Mr. Benjamin Gonzalez. Benjamin is nominated by Mrs. Rojas because he is a student that demonstrates a positive attitude and is a role model for his peers. So outstanding job, sir. Okay. Okay. Thank you much. And Mr. JCD is next.
All right, good evening, board members, superintendent, and public in attendance. It's always great to be here and recognize our students' achievements and success. You know, it's probably one of the best feelings ever to just be up here and say, hey, congratulations, you did a great job, you know? So that's one of the things that we take pride in at Desiree High School. I am the proud principal, Mr. Diaz, and our first student that we selected for Student of the Month is Ernest Martinez. You might want to stand here next to me because I'm not done yet. So Ernest has had perfect attendance for the month of March and is currently on track for graduating in June. He's a superstar barber, part of the barber and beauty class. I mean, I'm his client. I go to the barber shop and he cuts my hair. You can ask him, I'm not lying. So if you guys ever need a good haircut, I think Dr. Farkas has gone there too with Ernest, right? So a super athlete. We recently started an after-school sports program through the ARC program that we have, where we play against the other schools, the other continuation schools, and this guy scored like 7 touchdowns, I think, in our flag football. Brought the trophy home, so that's Ernest. So congratulations, Ernest. And our next student for Desiree is Anthony Soto, and I'm not sure if they arrived yet. They called me and said, we're speeding all the way from San Diego, trying to get back because I had an appointment over there. He says, can you be the last one? I'm the last one, so I'm hoping they show up. If they're here, if not, they'll show up a little bit later. But Anthony has also perfect attendance for the month of March, and he's gonna graduate in June. Anthony is one of our students leading the way in the most participation in our social emotional impactor pathway program that we have. We have a really cool program at DO, and according to what the program does and it says about the student with all the responses that they submit, it says that all the work he has done with Impactor, Anthony embodies resilience and determination. Obstacles don't stand a chance against him. He never gives up. He has this very positive attitude. And he reminds everyone that perseverance is the key to mastery. So I'm not sure if Anthony is here, but if not, we'll give him a certificate when he gets here. And then for Phoenix Rising, we have Perla Mejia. She said she was going to be here, so she in the crowd? Not yet. Okay. Perla's looking forward to a career in cosmetology. In 5 years, she plans on owning her own salon, doing nails, hair, haircuts, hairstyles, lashes, makeup. She says that she wants to do this because she wants to make people feel beautiful and comfortable with themselves. And as you know, we all do, right? This is why we go somewhere. So why go with Ernest, right? Hey, clean me up, Ernest, right? So I think it's so important to have that purpose, right, in life, that you're going to be doing something as a leader in your own profession or industry, right? Perla is also very active in our social emotional impactor pathway program, and the program has noticed that she has incredible talent in seeing things from multiple angles. She's a friend who brings peace to the group chats and clarity to complex issues. Her ability to put herself in others' shoes is a superpower for her, which fosters understanding, unity among her friends. So, congratulations, Perla. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those recognitions. It really does warm my heart. I hope it does for all of you all to see students be properly recognized for that. Moving on, we will be recognizing Dr. Tacky.
You got all the good stuff. Oh, I can, yeah, I'm winging it. Obviously, we always appreciate our students, but it's also a great honor to recognize our educators who go above and beyond. And Dr. Tacky was selected by the Soundtrap Music Educator of the Year Award earlier in the year by all of the work that he's done with our students. And then also he was nominated and selected by the AXA organization as one of the Teachers of the Year here in the Imperial County. So we want to just take this opportunity to thank Dr. Tacky for all the things that he does for his students. He's provided them opportunities to do podcasts and play music at football games and assemblies. He creates and sets those things up. Along with everything else he does, he's working with KPBS at this time with our students, giving them experiences that they'd never be able to experience without his support. So we just want to take this opportunity again to congratulate Dr. Tacky on being the Teacher of the Year and also the Soundtrap Music Educator of the Year. So congratulations. Congratulations. Thanks for all you do.
I would like to call up Alyssa Campos to be properly recognized. Let's give her a big round of applause. Principal Derma, thank you so much for coming up.
Well, as Mr. Lyons stated, that it's always an honor to give awards out to our students, but it's even more of an honor to give an award out to our peers, to our staff members. So Ms. Campos is our COSA at Southwest High School. That's our counselor on special assignment. And she deals with some of the most toughest cases that we have at Southwest High School. If you watch her work, she does her assignments with a lot of heart and with a lot of dedication, and always with a lot of class. She brings a lot of distinction and honor to our students and to our student body and our staff. She is one that Mrs. Martinez, myself, and Mrs. Demian, as an admin team, constantly rely on to work with. I think we make, as she's part of our admin team as well too, give us a lot of insight through the counseling department and so forth. She also is our department head in counseling. So whatever job that we need, Mrs. Campos steps up and does it again with flair. So let's give her a hand, please.
Oh, Principal Dermer, you might want to stay up there. If I can call up all of our principals, because we would like to recognize our CUHS, SHS, and DOHS mock trial teams.
All right. So Mrs. Moraga is a coach for the team. I'm going to read the statement that she stated. So Southwest Legal Eagles are my honor to coach. All these students put in countless hours of preparation. responsibly plan meetings and practices with not only myself, but also our attorney coach, Commissioner Chris Becker, and judges from here in the Imperial Valley. They are so fun to watch in trials, and judges are known to compliment us on all our students, saying that our legal eagles do better with courtroom etiquette than actual attorneys. We have an amazing season this year, and I know these young adults will go on to noticeable changes for our community and beyond. Sincerely, Miss Ashley Moraga. So those students I'd like to recognize would be Miss Gael De La Cruz, Gael De La Cruz, scholarship awarded. Come on up, sir. Mr. Benjamin Gonzalez. Audrina Marquez, Best Detective. Annabelle Lindbergh, Best Defense Expert Witness. And Diana Lau, Best Prosecution Expert Witness. Okay. Yes, sir. Okay. These are them here. Thank you. Those are just the ones that are here. All right. Thank you, guys. Good job, sir.
All right, good evening again. And, you know, the one that can just express all the love for our mock trial team at DO, and who has been doing this for a long time. And this is why Mr. Betancourt is here today, to report back and kind of just share some of the journey and some of the things that we've done at DO. And he has better words to address this than I do, so I'll give him the mic and he'll tell you a little bit more about our mock trial at DO, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Diaz. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Mr. Betancourt. They know me as Mr. B at Desert Oasis. Hi, Ms. Ellett, and good to see you again, Mr. Vargas. Well, Desert Oasis mock trial team, we've been going pretty strong for the past 9 years. Before I begin, I want to thank Mr. Alizade, who's here with us. This is Deputy District Attorney Eric Alizade. He's been working with us for these past 2 years. So it's been quite an adventure over these 9 years, because it's a very special team. Every year we have to start from scratch. That's one of the things that a lot of people don't know. It's lucky if we get students to come back for 2 years. We were very fortunate. I do have a student back there. I'm going to ask him to join me right now. Edgar, if you could please come on down. And Kit, I know you're back there. Kaylee? So these are some of my amazing students. I was only able to get 2 because most of our students have already completed the requirements to graduate. And this young man that's right next to me, he's the first student that's been with me for 3 years. That's amazing to be at Desert Oasis, and he's been part of the mock trial team for 3 years. And Kit just came on board this year, so this is Kaylee's first year. And I want to thank you guys for all the hard work that you do, because these students have to take on multiple roles. This gentleman right next to me last year had, Antonio, was it 6 hours to prepare for attorney role? He was my bailiff. He was in charge of my bailiff role, and he had 4 hours to prepare as an attorney, where students usually take 4 or 5 months to get their roles ready. And with his help and the help of Mr. Alizade and Judge Monica Lepe-Negrete, he was able to do that. Kaylee Llanos this year also took on the role of pretrial attorney. And Kaylee, you had how many hours?
I didn't have any hours. I had to do it last minute.
That's true. So she didn't have any hours. She had, if anything, maybe a couple of minutes or 30.
It was
Less than 30 minutes, and she went in there and she performed. She did an amazing job, and this wouldn't have happened, of course, once again, without the help of Mr. Alizade and our judge, Monica Lepe-Negrete. So, you know, it's an amazing team. I call it the miracle team, because these kids are willing to step into into the fight, and they're willing to give hell, with all due respect. Sorry, but they're awesome. So I just want to thank you guys for what you've done. Everything you've done. Thank you.
So at this time, I'd like to have Mrs. Galindo come up and our mock trial team. Anyone, all of those that could make it. So we have a core group of our mock trial team here today. As all of us, we have our mock trial team that is very active in other sports, and many of our students are involved in other activities. But I know that there's a lot of great things to say about this group. They are back-to-back Imperial County mock trial champions. So let's give them a round of applause for that. And they went on to the state competition and fared very well, giving them that opportunity to take them outside of the Imperial County and compete the last 2 years. So we're very proud of all the work that they put in. As everybody knows, those that are on the mock trial teams, it's not just about that mock trial competition. It is the months and months before preparing for that and getting there, whether they're a prosecutor, attorney, or a bailiff, or a clerk, doesn't matter. It's very difficult and time-consuming, and the commitment that these individuals put in is second to none. So we appreciate them, and so once again, let's congratulate our back-to-back Imperial County mock trial champions.
So good evening and thank you. We proudly recognize our outstanding mock trial team. They have put in endless hours, just like the other teams, and in preparation for state to represent our county. We are very proud of you guys, the growth that you've shown. It's just tremendous, and we look forward to see what you guys continue to do. There were several individual awards presented at the county award ceremony, but I don't recall them off the top of my head at the moment. Student, Alexander, did you receive an award? Yes. Okay, what was it? Okay, outstanding prosecution. Any others? Thank you. Kabila?
Yeah, I got for best for Alexander Ball and Harper.
Thank you.
I got outstanding prosecution
Were there any others? Okay. Oh, best defense attorney for Jonathan Galindo, and he's off at swim today, so he couldn't be here. So, thank you. Thank you.
So one more round of applause. Thank you. And I will just continue on. At this time, I'd like to have and coaches, you can come up here too. You don't have to just sit back there. But once again, it gives me great honor to recognize the cheerleaders. I know we had that opportunity last year too, but this year, again, they are back-to-back CIF co-ed non-tumbling, and they are back-to-back state champions for that. So it's an honor to recognize our cheerleaders for all the work that they put in. Again, I've said this about many people don't know is that it's not just the competition cheer that they do. They do the sideline cheer. They're at basketball games and wrestling matches and soccer, football, so on. There's so much time that they put in, and it's a credit to them because this competition team goes above and beyond that, and they're putting in multiple hours to be prepared for that, working on the choreography and everything. So Gabby is our coach, and Coach Juan.
I just want to thank everyone for the support this season. Huge congratulations. I can't be any more happy with this team. You guys for your dedication, hard work. And yeah, hopefully we're going for the repeat.
So once again, CIF and state CIF champions back to back. And also, it gives me honor to bring up our Central Boys soccer team. And Coach Garcia and the rest of his coaching staff. For many of you that don't know, this soccer team is a very special team, and they made history here at Central. You know, you go back in history, and we had won CIF championships here at Central, especially back in the late 80s. But no one went beyond that. And so this group not only did that, they came at the end of the year when it counted most. They went down to Calexico and beat Calexico 3-1, and they secured the IBL championship. Then they went on into the CIF playoffs and did not give up a single goal and won the Division III CIF championship. And they went on to the state, Southern California State Championship. And they went on and once again made it to the CIF State Championship, Southern California Championship. And I know that they came up a little bit short and they were runner-ups, but I'm going to tell you, and I know it, and I think everybody that was at that game knows it, the best team on the field didn't get the score right. But I'm going to tell you, this team is unbelievable. It's made up of some very strong seniors, senior leadership, and it's made up of some freshmen that are going to be here for the next 3 years to continue to do that. And it's a credit to these coaches. One of the things that about this team is, and many people don't know, is that every morning, from the beginning of the year until then, they were out there in the morning at 6:30, 7 o'clock practice in the morning. They were working hard when it got to the season in the afternoon. They worked in the off season, and it's a credit to this coaching staff and these young men that dedicated their talents to be able to show it on the field and do it every day to bring back a championship to Central. And then, like I said, make history to win a state playoff game, host a state playoff game here at Central, and then make it to the CIF championship for the state championships. We look for great things in the future, and I think it might be wrong, but maybe we scored like 21 goals to the opposing team, maybe 4 in all of the CIF and the state playoffs. Am I about right? And that's what I'm saying. Credit to that, right? Is it right? Okay. 21 goals we made to their 4. So that's a credit to these kids. So then we congratulate our CIF championship soccer team and Southern California State runner-up soccer team. So congratulations, guys. All right. Lorenzo does, and Lorenzo, he's one of that senior leadership group that put a lot of time in it. Plus, he's a Rams fan, so I like him.
Good evening, everyone. I just want to give a shout out to my brother over here. These guys worked extremely hard to be on that stage and to really fight for the whole valley. And I want to give a shout out to our coaches. Our coaches work endlessly and tirelessly to achieve our goals. And I want to give a shout out to our audience that we have throughout this. I see a couple of familiar faces. I know you guys were at the games. I just want to thank you guys for all your support. And even though I'm a senior, I'm going to come back and I'm going to watch our young guys play. On varsity this year, and that just shows you that Central program, it's the best of the best. And I know they're going to keep doing great things, and I see a lot of potential among these freshmen and a lot of potential for these seniors going into their careers. So I just want to thank you guys.
One more round of applause. Congratulations, guys. All right, and one last that we're coming on here is we have some academic scholars. So I'm going to bring up Miss Alicia Apodaca to come up here and help me and assist me with this. we have the presentation, do we? I knew that there was.
Good evening, parents. Thank you for being here. Committed to excellence, right? That's what our district is, and that's what you can see, right? Our kids speak for what we do on our campus, not only academically, athletically, socially, and emotionally. So our district is committed to excellence, and I always tell our team, we don't have to be here, we get to be here. So with that said, remember, we're committed to excellence. That's still our mission. Our mission is guided by the core values of respect, integrity, inclusivity, and perseverance. Our staff provides instruction and experiences focused on rigorous academics, artistic expressions, extracurricular involvement, leadership development, collaboration that prepares students for success in an ever-changing global society. That is our commitment to our community. So thank you for your trust. Thank you for entrusting your most precious possessions, which is your children. We're here to serve. So thank you for that. So today we recognize our AP scholars. I call our students scholars because they're all learners, right? Our number one. I always tell our students, number one, first, anything else, second. So academics is extremely important, and today we want to recognize our students who have taken AP College courses in which our teachers have dedicated endless hours to ensure that when our students take those AP exams in May, that they achieve a score of a 3 or higher. That way they can earn credit for college and also earn that extra credit here at our site. So it is an honor to present to you our scholars that have scored a 3 or higher on 3 or more exams. So I will be calling you. Please come up here. Mr. Lyon will be giving you a certificate and also a medal. So you have earned it. Yusuf Asaid, please come up here. Kaylani Cesena. Jonathan Galindo is at practice, so we're going to call Mom, Mrs. Galindo, to come up. Jorge Galvan Villaseñor. Carl Nifong. Garly Magana. Lucas Moran. Franz Nunez. Alana Ortiz. Diego Quesada. Allison Strom. Lorenzo Valenzuela. Next up are AP scholars with honors. These are our scholars that have earned and are being recognized by College Board for earning at least a 3.25 on all exams taken, whether it's 4 or more. So 3.25 on all exams, 4 or more exams. Gonzalez. And our last two, AP Scholars with Distinction. They have earned at least 3.5 on all exam, 5 or more exams. Our two honorees are Victor Higuera and Julian Pon. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. One more big round of applause for all these AP scholars. I won't present anymore, I promise.
Thank you all so much for being here tonight. And I do want to say thank you to the students. Thank you to the parents who support these students who are recognized. We do want to pause for a recess for photos and encourage you all to eat that pizza and eat that food. Thank you all. We'll be taking about a 10-minute break. Thank you. test. I think we did. Think we got all of our photos, right? I don't think I need to do that. Continuing on, thank you so much, everyone, for participating and for being here. And for those who are sticking out for it, thank you so much. Moving forward to the governing.
Wonderful students. That was a pleasure. Here that still participated in those things. Pleasure of Desert Oasis High, see them out in the wind. And we had a thought you were them do the cuts and doing the hair. It was real good for the classes and and then a swim team event and to see the Mamma Mia, which was so professional. I mean, if you didn't see it, you really missed an opportunity because you felt like you were in a very professional event. And the voices, just everything was wonderful. And also the ARC showcase, the afternoon showcase of all the different ARC activities, that was a nice event too. And at Central Union High School, also another swim meet I got to see was the Central Union High School swim meet. And the Museum of Tolerance, I hope you got to take a look at that. An amazing opportunity that our school district at Central had them come, and we're hoping to hopefully plan to have them come back so for all of us to participate in seeing that. And then Central had their spring sports assembly last Friday, and I just really want to congratulate everybody there. The behaviors of the students were wonderful. Everybody seemed to enjoy it and be excited for each other. So thank you all for all that you do.
Awesome. Thank you, Trustee Ellett. I'm going to push myself last for a board report. Trustee Tabares?
Hi, yes, good afternoon, everybody. I did have the privilege to go to some events. Mamma Mia was amazing. And some sporting events. But then again, there were some events we were not aware of. So out of the report, Mr. Farkas, I want to request full transparency because there is events we weren't aware of and we would like to also be treated equally. Because on my side, I don't think we're all getting the same information. And other than that, that'll be all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Trustee Tabares. Trustee Mora?
Promise I'm gonna keep it short, but thank you everybody for being here. It was beautiful seeing this room packed with not only students and administration staff, but parents. I know the feeling. Being a parent, supporting our kids with everything, not only sports or academics. There's so many things that as parents, I give them a big applaud and you know, it takes a lot to be a parent, trust me. But anyways, events, there's a lot of them. Yes, some of them if you don't see us there, it's not because we couldn't make it. Some of them we missed. We either missed an email from Central or from Southwest or Desert Oasis. And I know that whatever Carol forwards to us. So if you feel that we might miss your email or your event, shoot us a text and an email. You'll see us there. If not all of us, at least some of us. I'm retired for a reason, so even though my grandkids say I'm not retired. But anyways, yes, Mamma Mia was excellent. I took my daughter, and she's crazy like that. She likes that kind of thing, right? And she made me a believer. She said she had already seen it. What is it, at the theater? I don't know what it is, but she knew every part that was coming on that play, and it was like, but it was, when the students sang at a last board meeting, I stood up and I applauded, and I was like, oh my God. I almost did, but she said, not here, mother. But, so I behaved. So anyways, I'm with my fellow board members. I've been to every sports that I'm aware of, and then I did attend the ARC showcase. There was two really strong things or subjects that ARC is doing, and I was totally amazed. They have a cooking class. It's not your typical cooking class. It's to make you as a student survive at home and not wait for mom or dad to come in with dinner, right? I love the fact that she says we teach them to cook what is fast and efficient for them to do it for themselves. And I'm like, oh, wow. That was, you know, from making the easiest, which is a quesadilla, to making brownies or cookies or whatever. To me, that was good because some of our kids just wait for mom and dad or fast food or something, and I applaud that. That and the gentlemen that cut their hair, just looking at them, they're so concentrated on what they're doing that they'll dismiss any other type of conversation. You can tell the love that they have and the passion that they have for that. And I totally appreciate that. There's so many things that I could just say and mention, but I just gonna summon it all saying that I'm very, very, very proud of every event or subject that you choose to show us your courage, to show us your passion. It could be soccer, it could be mock trial. I sat at that mock trial, and those kids were professional. I kid you not. They memorized it. Maybe one of them might have been picking like a long peek at it, but they were excellent. I mean, they just, how we say it, they killed it, right? But again, whatever you choose to do, I appreciate your courage, your passion, dedication, and that's what we perceive. And I want to thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Trustee Mora. For my report this evening, thank you all so much for being here tonight, sticking through it. I want to share that I had a really great opportunity to advocate for our community. I was invited with a couple of other local women across the congressional district for Congressman Ruiz's office to sit and participate in a women's roundtable listening session. That is an experience I will take with me personally, and I do hope that I represented our district and community well in that case, where I talked about the continued investments for career technical education. From a federal perspective, we wanted to know what the women in the community were thinking about. So from a federal perspective, my conversations, learning more about what we do at our district, I advocate for full-on continued investments in the workforce development, in career technical education, in that route, and so we had a great conversation about that. Believed he received literature, or will receive literature on the CTE pathways out here we have in the area, so that was a really great conversation. It was not just myself, I was joined with others in the Imperial Valley. We had Dr. Ida, we had Yvonne Sotomayor from Seroptimus, we had Alexis Arujo from SBDC, and we had Laura Fisher from the city manager for Westmoreland. I really enjoyed also talking about this business infrastructure in our community that I believe we can establish here in our community. SBDC, a Small Business Development Center for the acronym, I apologize. Their purpose out here in this community is to share those entrepreneurial resources to the community, and so I encourage that organization to work with the district and presentations for the most part to really learn like what that looks like for our students. I believe a lot of our, if not all of our career technical educations can fall in that realm. And even beyond the CTE pathways, really looking at what our education system can do for our students. And so I do want to share that's what I advocated for, and I do believe that we have this spirit and momentum going. And so I look forward to hearing more if there's other input from others. And I think he'll be holding more of those roundtable sessions with other women around the community. So if ladies receive an email or two, don't be surprised. Someone might have recommended you for to participate, and you may choose to or not, but I believe it's important to be present at those types of tables and conversations. I also want to recognize that there's so much going on, so I apologize, but I do want to recognize and thank so much to the team on Saturday. I want to thank Ms. Jackie Valadez. I want to thank her students. I want to thank Mr. Doug Heisel. I believe he is still here, and his staff, and the tech teams and the maintenance teams. I'm sure I know I'm missing out there. The Seroptimus group carried on the second iteration for the Dream It Be It Career Support Program. It's a program that's for high school girls between 12 to 18 years old, thank you, 12 to 18 years old. And so we had our Exploring Careers in Entertainment and Filmmaking career pathway. And we were really fortunate to have Miranda Montenegro come and speak to the students. We had about 24 to 26 participants, and I had a really great opportunity to have a conversation with Judge Ruth Montenegro, and she expressed interest in hosting a college writing workshop here for our students. So how that looks like, I'm not entirely sure yet. This was a conversation held on Saturday, but it was, I believe it's a really great conversation as to the perspective of students, or the perspective of the reviewer of a college application. And so I hope that there could be some support. If some folks, board members, want to participate, I think it'd be neat. I think it'd be great. And I also want to acknowledge that because of the great work that the students held on Saturday, Sir Optimus had decided to donate $250 to the competition that's coming up. And so I believe you'll be receiving some communication in the mail or email about that. And again, I want to thank you all for supporting everything that we do out here for our district. Every single one of us represents the district in some way. And I think that's why we all are a part of a great team. We all have different perspectives, and we all have different time schedules. And so I do rely on also the members who are able to be present, and also who aren't present, to have those other types of conversations. So I thank you all for sending it. I apologize if sometimes I'm not as present, but no, I'm literally always thinking of you all and thinking about how ways we can better our community. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Oh, that was really kind. Apologies. We will be moving forward to our CUHS Student Board Member Report. Ms. Kaylani Sisenya.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Farkas, and community members. My name is Kaylani Sisenya, and I'm your 24-25 Student Board Representative for Central Union High School. For ASB and club activities, March 12th was the start of our Happy Paws Drive, where all donations benefited to the Humane Society. April 5th, Positivity Club, DECA, and some ASB members jointly volunteered at the Humane Society to wash and feed dogs. March 13th, our Spartan Wellness advocated for Brain Awareness Week by spreading knowledge about supporting brain health. On March 14th was National Pie Day, where our arts and media put together some activities to celebrate. I would also like to congratulate our science fair sophomores for competing in this year's GSDSEF and placing second and third in their categories. Their hard work and dedication they put into their projects did not go unnoticed. So Esteban Munoz, a junior from the Science Fair Club, will be moving on to the California State Science Fair this weekend in Thousand Oaks. And then March 21st, we had our career fair in the gym where all students were able to learn about the jobs that the Imperial Valley offers. And on March 19th, we had our club and CTE showcase where students were able to learn about clubs and all the CTE pathways that Central has to offer on campus. And congratulations to our Central debate team for taking first place at the 16th annual Migrant Speech Debate Tournament, and will now move on to the state championship in May. March 31st to April 4th, we held our Spring Sports Spirit Week and Assembly, which was Teen Beach Movie. All ASB commissioner applications were due on Wednesday, April 2nd. Our Changemakers advisor are also hosting a community cleanup on Thursday, April 10th, where they will pick up trash at Buckland Park. Sabrina's Wish came to Central from April 7th to April 8th, where students could get formal attire for upcoming events. Our ASB monthly club shout out was awarded for robotics for all their hard work and dedication they put into designing all their robots. And then our construction class is headed off to competition this weekend, where they will show off their amazing skills. Central's HOSA also went to Sacramento to compete at the state level. And also our International Culture Club held a soiree on April 4th. I would also like to announce next year's ASB Council: Sunny Cortez, Sasha Leos, Bailey Luna, and Alin Alvarado. For sports achievements, our boys golf team won against Brawley and Hopeville. On March 15th, our baseball team won both games of their double header versus San Ysidro. Our softball team took on the Torrey Pines Invitational Tournament. They battled through 3 tough games and made it to the championship game with an impressive 3-1 record. Our boys volleyball team has also won a match against the Imperial Tigers. Now, March 29th, our track and field team traveled to attend the 44 Mount Carmel Sun Devil Invitational that we got placers in. And our track team has also remained undefeated 4-0. Our swim team also won the city championship against Southwest. And this weekend, our Spartans will be competing at Six Flags for the Miss Dance Drill Team competition. So additional information can be found on Central's Athletics Instagram page at COHS Athletics. Future events include April 8th, Sparta Drama at Alice in Wonderland. Also April 8th, boys volleyball game against Southwest. April 8th, baseball and softball game against Brawley. April 14th to the 17th is our Stress Less Week. April 16th is the Avid Lip Sync Battle. April 17th is Frosh Fest. April 30th is Senior Picnic. May 3rd is Prom, and May 12th would be our Senior Awards. I thank you for your time tonight and remind everyone to follow Central's ASB on our social media accounts at COHS_updates on Instagram, Spartans for Life on YouTube, and at COH Spartans on TikTok. Thank you.
Thank you. Benjamin?
Hello, my name is Benjamin Gonzalez, and I'm Southwest High School School Board Representative. To start off my report, I'd like to happily announce that Southwest High School has elected next year's ASB Council. We have Johan Padilla, Kendra Santos, Leonor Fernandez, Misha Lara, Zoe Baxter, and Alexa Romo. I'll give a more detailed introduction for Zoe Baxter. She is next year's school board representative in the next school board meeting. Additionally, Southwest High School has also solidified the rest of the ASB team for next year, and SHS seniors went on their senior picnic. I know I saw a couple of you guys, and it was a lot of fun, so I really appreciate that event. We will also be having our Dean's List celebration Thursday and Friday, where 578 students made it to the Dean's List. So that means that they got a 3.5 or above. So we'll be celebrating that with popsicles for the students on Thursday and Friday. SHS also held their prom this weekend. It was a lot of fun. And SHS also had their Eagles Assemble event. This event is dedicated to making fun accessible to all students at Southwest High School. Anyone with an ID can make it. And the first 100 students who went, they got a free shaved ice. Additionally, students finished their CASP testing. Seniors will be having their cap and gown photos tomorrow. And Southwest is also prepping for Eagle Jumpstart on May 13th from 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. This is an event where incoming students can learn about what's going to happen the following year for them. Parents, students, everyone's invited to get more information on what to expect the following school year. HOSA members recently attended the Cal HOSA State Leadership Conference in Sacramento, and students earned recognition for community service. And additionally, the HOSA chapter was recognized for a successful blood drive with SD Blood Bank, and students earned the description of Health Literacy Ambassadors through the National Library of Medicine. The public service announcement team earned state finalists for their project on brain health. And upcoming chapter meeting will focus on tobacco prevention, and the chapter officer elections for HOSA process has already begun. AVID will be visiting UC Riverside and Cal Poly Pomona field trip for juniors and seniors, and that's scheduled for April 11th. And AVID Imperial Valley College field trip is for freshmen and sophomore, and that's going to happen on May 2nd. SAVAPO would like to thank you all for going to the Mamma Mia theater show, and they hope that the community enjoyed that as well. And finally, the Culinary Arts Program will be having a fundraising dinner on April 15th, 2025 for their FCC LA competition. So the dinner's from 5 to 7, and they'll be having a 3-course meal. For more information, you can go to the SHS Culinary Arts Program Instagram, and you can make a reservation there. At SHS Culinary Arts. That's the Instagram page. For more information on Southwest High School updates, you can visit at Southwest ASB, and that concludes my report. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And welcome to the new ASB members. That's awesome. Really excited to have you all here. Brings back some memories. I was in ASB myself, so it's awesome. Looking forward to see what comes out. For our next student board member report, Mr. Robert Montoya. Is he not with us? So we can move forward then. We will be moving forward to CUHSD Student Club reports. I believe we have a club here to report. Valadez?
Hi, good evening. My name is Andrea Gomez.
I'm Evelyn Cabrera.
I'm Josie Mariscal.
Good evening, my name is Marissa Seymour. And today we will be presenting on tobacco use and how we advocate for a tobacco-free lifestyle. Thank you. Just another introduction. So we are Eagles Take Down Tobacco Youth Committee here at Southwest High School. And what we do is we kind of inform the public as well as our peers on our campus about tobacco use and the effects on adolescents. Here's our mission statement, but an overall summary of our mission statement is we work with our peers on our campus as well as outside organizations and other youth-serving organizations in order to come together on supporting tobacco control activities, focusing on policies or environmental changes. And then we are youth tobacco-free advocates. So what we do on our campus is through activities and visuals, we kind of advocate and spread awareness on the tobacco use and how we can help prevent it within our campuses and with adolescents throughout our whole valley. Our main goal or objective is to showcase to adolescents that you are the target. So industries such as big tobacco or big nicotine try to target the youth and basically use their products in a way to get your attention and get you hooked on nicotine.
And now to emphasize more on our mission statement, our main goal and aims are to educate the youth specifically, as Marissa mentioned, and by this way to prevent them of using these products that will harm them long-term and short-term because of the lack of knowledge that some may have on the consequences that they may face once they use these products. So by spreading awareness, here's one of our Red Ribbon Week activities, and here we were able to gain student feedback on how they see how media portrays these tobacco products being used, especially by celebrities, as you can see, and how that kind of also is used to attract them to it. And now here's our Red Ribbon Week. So during this week, we did different activities throughout the week. And here are some events that we talked about and helped spread awareness about, such as Kiki Camarena and the history of Red Ribbon Week itself, how it came to form. And then here's us preparing for these activities as a team.
To continue with the Red Ribbon Week, we were able to inform students on the background behind Red Ribbon Week. And we also made our students, some of them, sign a pledge to promise to stay drug-free. We also had some students write some sicknesses or disease that could make them long-term sick because of the use of tobacco. Our last day, we had our students wear their favorite costume and take pictures on the backdrop for Red Week, Spear Week. And then lastly, we had our teachers had more information on the use of tobacco so they could inform their students.
So as you can see, this is a presentation that we had for 3 underclassmen classes for around 60 students. This was actually our most recent project involving the entire team. These are a few pictures we took before and after the presentation. We actually had an activity that involved having mental candies for the students for them to try and understand how these tobacco companies use soothing sensations to cook more people. For our Take Down Tobacco Day, we had a small activity that involved collecting student signatures to pledge to stay tobacco-free. And these are a few of the things we learned from this club. Big tobacco companies are often taught that young people that they target young people in order to get them hooked early on and grow their own consumer base. This is often done through like products like Zyn. Some of the tricks they use include using colorful packaging and marketing that glamorizes the product. This again occurs particularly with Zyn pouches as seen here. They also utilize unclear labeling that makes it look like mints or even icebreakers if you know the brand. So if you don't look too closely, that's what you might mistake it with.
And most recently, we also had a presentation for hosted students, which is the same presentation that you guys are viewing right now. We basically went over the same issues, tobacco use within our valley, and how we spread awareness so that others can understand and spread awareness themselves on how to stop this issue. And then lastly, to conclude, we want to thank our mentors, Diane and Ms. Valadez, for all the work that they do helping us and supporting us spread awareness not only to our campus, but also to the community. And thank you to the board members and everybody here, and once again, fly above the influence. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much for that wonderful report. I learned many new things today, and I really love the fly above the influence and the logo. That's really creative. Moving on to our superintendent's report, Dr. Farkas.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for coming for this incredible board meeting. I think this might be my favorite one since I've been superintendent, with all the academic and athletic and just the team feeling that we have. I want to take the opportunity to thank and really recognize the adults that make that work, right? Because you can't have these incredible events and organizations and sports and everything that we do without the adults and the dedication that the adults provide for our students, those long hours like we heard about mock trial and all that. So really want to recognize incredible work by our students and also the adults that take time out of their evenings to make sure that our students get the most enrichment and opportunities we could give. There's very little we're missing at our district. I think the main piece is to keep focusing on our togetherness, our teamwork, and we saw that tonight. The examples of one of the soccer captains saying, "My brothers," those kind of being together and connected is really what makes a difference. We have resources, we have the ability to make anything happen, and I think based on the dedication from our adults and our hardworking students and families, this district is continuing to rise, and congratulations to everyone for all the success we're having. I will wrap up so we can continue on with this longer agenda, but I also wanted to say today, Assistant Superintendent Ms. Petter and myself met at Desert Oasis with two WASC committee members and a small focus group to talk a little bit more about the good things and everything that we're working on when it comes to Desert Oasis. They're in the WASC Western Accreditation for schools and colleges, like we've been through with Central and Southwest already, and they're looking great. The committee of just two is very impressed what they've learned from the teachers and the staff at and the students at Desert Oasis. So we should be hearing some great news when they report out on their WASC accreditation visit. So keep up the good work, Desert Oasis, and congratulations to everyone tonight.
Thank you, Dr. Farkas. We're moving on to agenda item number 6, public comment session. At this time, the Board of Trustees will hear comments, presentations, or requests on matters listed on this agenda. Speakers are requested to give their names and addresses. Time limit for speakers is 3 minutes. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. The board reserves the right to limit presentations. This meeting is being recorded. Trustee Mora, do we have any public comment agenda items for non-agenda items? I'm sorry, agenda items, I apologize. For agenda items. Perfect. Anyone here? Moving on to item number 7. This is public comment session for non-agenda items. At this time, the Board of Trustees will hear comments, presentations, or requests on matters not listed on this agenda or other topics that are not on the agenda but are within the board's jurisdiction. Speakers are requested to give their names and addresses. Time limit for speakers is 3 minutes. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 10 minutes. The board reserves the right to limit presentations. This meeting is being recorded. Trustee Mora, do we have any public comments for non-agenda items? Anyone in the audience? Thank you. Oh, I apologize. We do have a public comment for non-agenda items.
Hi, sorry I didn't fill out the paperwork. My name is Gabino Dueñas, president of the El Centro Secondary Teachers Association. My comments have nothing to do with the agenda, sorry, but it's going to be very brief. But I do want to read you an email that I received from the president of CTA, that's the California Teachers Association. He sent that to us yesterday, and he sent it to all of the presidents of all of the associations in all of the state of California. And it reads like this. Good evening. On April 3rd, the Trump-Musk administration doubled down on its ongoing actions to harm students in public education, this time by threatening to withhold federal funding from schools that promote honest and inclusive education. The administration sent what it called a reminder to state and local educational agencies, asking them to sign new certifications of compliance with their anti-discrimination obligations in order to continue receiving federal financial assistance. State and local educational agencies should not sign the new requested certification. It is not legally required, and it seeks to bully states and districts into agreeing to an unlawful new condition. State and local agencies have already provided proper certification of their agreement to comply with applicable anti-discrimination laws. The only reason that the administration asked them to sign this new certification is to bully them into agreeing that the administration's vague and unlawful interpretation of Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 is a new material condition for the continued receipt of federal financial assistance. This erroneous interpretation of Title VI is set forth below the requested certification statement and regurgitates the administration's February the 14th of this year Dear Colleague letter. NEA, which is the National Educators Association, or the one that covers the entire country, has already sued over this because that Dear Colleague letter is illegal and unconstitutional. We understand that NEA will now also ask the court to declare the new certification request unlawful as well. The administration originally requested that state agencies sign the new certification and obtain district's certifications within 10 days. The deadline has now been extended to April 24th of 2025. Last Friday, the California Department of Education sent this letter to the California administrators, stating that the state and its LEAs have already submitted required assurances to the administration and notifying them that the CDE will respond on their behalf by the requested date. As soon as the state submits its response, we will circulate that with any further updates. New York State sent this letter to the administration responding that it would not sign the requested certification. We strongly recommend that chapters communicate to LEAs and their administrators, that's what I'm doing right now, that they should not sign the requested certification. I will forward this email to all board members. That way you guys can read it in more depth. And there is a link in there to the letter from New York State. I don't have time to read that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gavino. Looking forward to information. Are there any other public comments for non-agenda items? Moving forward. We'll be moving forward to agenda item number 8, approval of the agenda. May I get a motion? Thank you, Trustee Mora. May I get a second? Thank you, Trustee Ellett. Can I, all those in favor, say aye? Aye. Aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Moving on to agenda item number 9, consent agenda items. All items appearing on the consent agenda are routine business matters and will be acted upon by one motion without discussion. Should any board member request that an item be considered separately, that item will be added to the end of the regular agenda. May I get a motion to approve the consent agenda items as presented? Thank you, Trustee Mora. May I get a second? Thank you, Trustee Tabares. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Abstentions? Thank you. Moving on to agenda item number 10, action/information items. We'll be moving on to approval of the personnel report for April 2025. The board is requested to approve the April 2025 personnel report as presented. Do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Thank you, and do I have a second? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. Motion passes. Moving on to declaration for fully qualified educators. The superintendent recommends the board approve the attached declaration of need for fully qualified educators for the 2025-2026 school year. Do I have a motion? Thank you. Do I have a second? Thank you. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay, or just can I get the noes? Any abstentions? Motion passes. Moving on to public disclosure on initial contract proposal from CSEA Central Chapter number 726 to the CUHSD Board of Trustees. At this time, the Board of Trustees invites public comments on the contract proposal from CSCA Chapter number 726 to the CUHSD Board of Trustees for a successor contract for July 1, 2024 through June 30th, 2027, are to give their names and addresses. Time limit for speakers is 3 to 5 minutes. The board reserves the right to limit presentations. This meeting is being taped and all comments are being recorded. Do I have any public comments on the contract proposal? All right, seeing none, moving forward to the second reading of the proposed revisions to the board policies as presented. The superintendent recommends adoption of board policies as presented. May I get a motion? May I get a second? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes. Thank you. The first reading of proposed revisions to board policies as presented. This is the first reading only. Action is not required at this time. Moving forward. Approved textbook adoption, English language development. It is recommended that the board approve the adoption of LIFT for use in the ELD courses at both comprehensive high schools. It is also recommended that the board approve the adoption of English 3D for use in ELD support courses, SAIL, ALAS, and CUHS, SHS, DOHS. May I get a motion? May I get a second? Second. Thank you, Trustee Mota. Seconded by Trustee Mota. All those in favor, move by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you, and motion passes. We'll be moving forward to approve textbook adoption, AP Biology, AP Chemistry, and AP Physics. It is recommended that the board approve the adoption of Biology for AP Course 2022 edition as the textbook for AP Biology, Chemistry, a Molecular Approach, AP Edition, 6th edition, for AP Chemistry, and College Physics, Explore and Apply, AP Edition, 2nd edition, for AP Physics at both comprehensive high schools. May I get a motion? I have a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Any abstentions? Approve new course for legal services corrections for the 25-26 school year, Central Union High School. The superintendent recommends approval of the new course for legal services corrections for the 25-26 school year for CUHS. May I get a motion? May I get a second? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you, motion passes. Moving on to item 9, information, Wilkinson, Hadley, King and Company LLP auditing standards and uniform guidance. This is an informational item. No action is required. Moving forward, adoption of resolution number 040825-021 pertaining to best value procedures and guidelines pursuant of Ed Code Section 17406. The superintendent recommends that the Board of Trustees adopt the resolution implementing best value procedures and guidelines pursuant to Education Code Section 17406 as presented. This is a roll call vote, but I do need a motion. May I get a motion? Thank you. Thank you. May I get a second? Thank you so much. This is a roll call vote, so we will be calling out names. Yes. Thank you so much. Motion passes. Resolution number 040825-22, adopting the pre-qualification process for prime contractors pursuant to Ed Code 17406, Public Contract Code Section 20111.6. The superintendent recommends approval of resolution number 040825-22, adopting the pre-qualification process for prime contractors pursuant to Ed Code 17406 and Public Contract Code Section 20111.6 as presented. May I get a motion?
I move that we approve the pre-qualification process.
Thank you. May I get a second? Thank you so much. This is also a roll call vote.
Yes.
Yes. The yeses have it. It passes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Moving on to item 12, resolution number 040825-23, adopting lease-back pre-qualification process for MEP subcontractors pursuant to Ed Code Section 17406, Public Contract Code Section 20111.6. The superintendent recommends that the board approve, pass, and adopt resolution number 040825-23, adopting the lease-back qualification process for MEP subcontractors and authorize district staff to proceed with pre-qualification process. May I get a motion?
I move that we adopt the lease-back pre-qualification.
Thank you so much. May I get a second?
I'll second the motion.
Thank you so much. This is another roll call vote.
Yes.
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 Thank you so much. The yeses have it. Moving on to item 13, the information LCAP/attendance report. Thank you so much, Ms. Petter.
Okay, we're going to do this out of order, but we have some people who have been waiting for a long time who aren't used to doing that, so we're going to get them up here to share their expertise, and then we'll come back to some other goals. So, okay, I found phrase earlier, and now I don't find, there it is. We're going to start with goal 4. And so, just as a reminder, goal 4 is that we're looking to ensure that the climate on our campuses meets the needs of our students in all aspects of their education. And so I think it's bullet point number 5 you see down there has to do with what we're doing in the world of attendance. And so we're going to bring up the experts at our sites to talk about the things that we are doing at our sites to address chronic absenteeism and to get more students on campus. And so we're going to start with, JC promised me he's going to be very quick. No pressure. JC from Desert Oasis.
All right, so this is something that we developed early on this year, started last year, and so we did kind of like a tier system, tier plan for attendance, right? So tier 1, things that we do in tier 2, tier 3, right? And as you guys know, being in a continuation school, we get students with a lot of attendance concerns already coming to us. So we try to find creative ways on engagement and trying to get our kids there, right? Starting with feeling or getting that feeling of them that they belong with us, right? That they have this opportunity to be there. So creating that climate and culture with us, right? So some of the things that we do on a daily basis is we started this competition with per period. So we chose random periods. We started with first period. If you get perfect attendance for the next 2 weeks during this period, just that one period, you get celebrated, right? And then we changed it up to like period 3 and to period 5. So just throughout the different weeks that we did, right? And so they got golden tickets in front of the line for lunch, right? So that period, that specific period. So encouraging each other to kind of just get there, right? And so quarterly, for tier 1 stuff that we do is we have lunch on the lawn. We take advantage of inviting our parents over to celebrate their attendance achievements and academic achievements. So there we celebrate also, perfect attendance, most improved attendance, et cetera, right? And celebrate some of those periods that had those specific periods that were with perfect attendance. So we take advantage of having their parents there to do our celebration as well. And then also some of the things at the end of the semester, we do reward our students with luncheons. We gather all those students that have that perfect attendance for the entire semester or most improved attendance, whatnot, and then we do celebrate at the end of the semester. So some of those incentives that we've done, right? Tier 2 gets a little more, to the home visits. We refer out to outside resources if we need to. Communication with parents. We are trying to do a better job with attendance groups. We got our counselors doing some attendance guidance, meaning like presentations in regards to specific groups, targeted groups of, chronic absenteeism. I can't even speak now. I'm speaking so much, but for students that need that support or maybe just the guidance, is there a root cause of why you're not coming to school? Having those conversations on a daily. Our community liaison also communicates with our students on a daily basis. He's out there walking around talking to to students, also doing home visits throughout the day. On those students, and obviously tier 3, you can see there it's when it gets to the SARB process sometimes, right? We have a pretty good record of not sending a lot of kids to SARB because, I should say, good reputation. We don't send too many kids to SARB because we get a lot of kids from SARB coming to us sometimes, right? So we really try to work with our students and our families to make sure that they stay with us, right? And so when they're not coming at all, like I do home visits, our counselors have done home visits, our community liaison, we try to get out there to communicate with the parents the importance of coming to school. And so here are some of the incentives that we do with our students. They get a magnet for either Phoenix Rising or Desert Oasis, and then if that period had perfect attendance, they put it on their door. Here's kind of how we break down the weeks by semesters. And then they get the best overall attendance ticket in the front of the line, right? And so here's some of the certificates that we do for our students in that regard. When it comes down to the past 2 years, we worked on this flow chart. I know we had a district attendance committee, and we had this flow chart that we developed, and I think Manolo, you were instrumental in building this, right, with the committee, and so it kind of shows on there some of the things and duties that our people do, right? So attendance clerks, right, the community liaison, and kind of gives you an idea of some of the things that they're doing to support the initiatives behind attendance. So it is something that we have out there for all the people involved with the different tiers of interventions for attendance. So it is something that kind of just gives us a guideline and a base of reminders of things that we need to do, right, to make sure that our students are attending school and who's responsible for what, right? And so we have that, and then is some of what the counseling department has started doing. The one-on-one conferences with students, communicating with parents, referrals to community liaison whenever they see that students need that special attention for home visits, et cetera, right? Our community liaison does all the things that he does, right? On a daily basis, communicates with students, 3 or 4 times does home visits per week. He does generate all the lists for perfect attendance, most improved attendance. He's constantly looking at A2A for truancy letters. There is some glitch, and we've been trying to figure it out since last year, that sometimes it triggers that truancy letter, even though they've been transferred to us and they're supposed to start fresh again, that A2A program just continues it. And it just triggers that letter, and so he has to go in there manually and kind of stop it and figure out when it needs to be sent out. So there is something that we got to look at A2A when they transfer over to us. And it's something that we addressed last year, but I don't know if it was ever really solved. We also have Saturday school 2 times per month to get our students there and recover the attendance. We do 4 hours, to recover attendance for 1 day. But interestingly today, talking to our WASC committee, one of the principals that's there, he mentioned that they only do 3 hours on Saturday school because they only require 3 hours. It's 180 minutes, instructional minutes, 15 hours per week to actually recover the ADA per student. So it's a little different, even though we do 4 hours, right? So I don't know, maybe something to look at because we don't need the 4 hours. Maybe we just need the 3 hours to get that ADA recovered. So it is something that's ed code and something to kind of look at to see if there's something that needs to be looked at. And then things that I do, I attend all SARBs. I present the SARB case if we ever get to that point. I do assemblies, attendance matters at the beginning of the semester and then second semester. I do meet with individual students at times in groups, and I bring in some of these students that are just chronic with their absences. And every morning announcement, we all mention attendance matters. It is trying to get to that root cause of what's keeping our students from coming to school every day, and how do we help them get there, right? Our current attendance rate right now is about 83%. Last year at the end of the year, we had about 85, 86%. In talking to some of the people that are relative from the WASC committee, they're like, wow, that's better than our attendance. I was like, really? They're like 82%? I was like, okay, I want to get higher, but that's where we are with our attendance rate as of now, right? And so we're always trying to work to get our students with as much as we can. We've done gift cards in the past, we've done luncheons, we've done all kinds of things. So I think just finding ways, creative ways, right? I've heard one time at a conference, text messages, positive text messages, or recording your face as a teacher saying, we sent it out, or we have a QR code and post it on their door and says, please scan, we miss you, and have a positive message. There's all kinds of creative things that we can do, but it takes time, and it takes that one person to continually be working and be attentive to that, right? And as much as I want to be me, right, and it's a lot of moving pieces, right? So we depend on our support staff to do some of this work as well. Any questions?
Thank you.
Yes.
I know. I'm in a class. So after you start the SARBs and the students comes to you at Desert Oasis, what's your turnaround on the student? Let's say a student comes, I don't know what the average absence is, 15 absences. Would that merit a SARB, or is that not enough? But anyways, but when they come from either Southwest or Central, and they get to you, I know the positive messaging and all of that, but what's the turnaround? Do they start now attending Desert Oasis? Do their attendance improve?
There's been, I want to say most students, yes. Things change a little bit. Their schedules are a little more flexible in that sense. Sometimes we can start a student period 2 if there's transportation concerns, right? Period 1, right? So we work with the students, and we've seen a lot of turnaround, like kids kind of getting more engaged. It's more personal, smaller environments. We want to make sure that we love them, we care for them, that they feel it, that they're welcome, that they come in, right, to us. Because initially, yes, they feel like, oh man, I'm being kicked out, I'm going to DO now, right? And so we want to make sure that we message it correctly to say, it's an opportunity. I mean, I sometimes hear adults saying things that I'm like, no, don't say that. it's an opportunity that you're going to come here, you're going to recover credits, you might be able to come back and graduate from Southwest Central if that's what you want. Or just stay with us, right? The majority of those students end up staying with us, right? And so we have a good reputation, like I said, of not sending students to SARB. I think in the past 2.5 years that I've been there, I've only sent 2 to SARB, and that's because they completely were just not showing up. And I was like, okay, what do we do now, right? But I think we are trying to retain our students there and trying to keep them there and work with them and trying to figure out, like, how do we get you there, right? Meaning that we're a tier 3. Technically, we're a tier 3 school, right? They come to us, and when we talk about equity, that's what the need is, right? The attendance to be there, right? For them to show up, how do we get them there, right? And so it is the ongoing things that we do, and just recently research that was done nationwide stated that a sense of belonging is the #1 thing that keeps students at school, right? So talking to everyone, all the staff members on campus, making sure we're all speaking the same language, we have that same common language of saying, you're welcome, regardless. Unconditionally, you're welcome, right? And when they don't feel like that, well, my responsibility to have that conversation with whoever I need to have the conversation with, because I don't ever want a kid or a family to feel unwelcome, you know? I've been there, I felt that, right? So I know how that feels, so it's important for everyone to speak the same language of welcoming our students, right?
Thank you so much, Principal Diaz, for that informative presentation. Wow. Thank you so much. I really appreciate all that information. Yeah?
Okay. All right. We'll go ahead and have Mrs. Martinez and Ms. Ortiz come up and talk about what's happening at Southwest High School in the world of attendance.
Good night, everybody. My name is Magnolia Martinez. I'm assistant principal at Southwest. And by my side, I have Ms. Janet Ortiz, who's the attendance specialist, also at Southwest High School. She is my partner in crime with anything attendance. I do have other people that work alongside with me, but Janet's just great, and she volunteered to be here. My job today is to convince you that attendance matters. I know that Mr. Diaz went over some of the plans that we have worked on together. Adrian, Mr. Diaz, and myself have worked for multiple years looking at our attendance flow chart, right? And things, we've presented that to the board in the past. But I think I can give you a little bit of light as to how things are done and why the letters go out. So just maybe touch upon some of the things that, questions that have been brought to my attention from different people, okay? So one of the reasons why attendance matters, again, is just for improving our academic performance of students. We try to push that across the board with all of our parents, with all of our students, and this is where Janet and our community liaison, they're wonderful at, because they talk to kids, they're with the parents, they're in Saturday school sessions, they're in our classrooms doing presentations. Again, attendance is linked to higher graduation rates, consistency with good habits in the future, and we continuously have those conversations with the students that we have on site. What is a chronic absence? I want to clarify a misconception here, that chronic absence is a combination of both excused and unexcused absences. And when parents get letters, the letters that are generated by the A2A program will say you're getting a letter due to excused absences or due to unexcused absences. And so we're constantly having to repeat that message, because then we have parents who are not informed. They're not aware of how we're generating these numbers. Why is it that we're getting calls? Why am I required to send my student to Saturday school, right? So keep this in mind, because it pops up a little bit later. That being said, we do want to avoid getting to that chronic absence. This is just like a magic number, right? If students are absent twice a month, it leads up to 18 days in a full school year. So we're constantly trying to avoid for them to get to that chronic absent rate, right? This is just a short visual. This is where we're at Southwest. We're very proud of our numbers. If you're looking at the red, this is opposite because I want you to get the attention of what is excellent. Red is excellent in our little chart. Green is satisfactory. Blue is manageable. And the two that are what we are focusing on is chronic and severe. That's just a quick overview, but I am going to give you numbers. But again, I'm a visual learner, so I want to make sure I pass that on. This is where we're at this current rate. This is our monthly attendance rate. Back on month 1, that is in September, we're at 96% attendance rate. Month 2, September, October, November, right? We're going through the months right down the bottom of that chart. You can see that we start really well, and then we drop at 93% at about November, December. That's where we have the largest amount of absences. So that's where we want to do our incentives, or we want to do the celebrations, right? We have a targeted area, a targeted month throughout the year. We're not just doing it just because, we're actually using our data so that every year we have something to shoot for and something to improve. So I know that we're going to work our hearts out November, December to make sure that their kids are in school, get those numbers back up. And I'm going to maybe put Dr. Farkas on the spot here, but if I remember correctly, anything above 96%, we are making money, right? This is not, there's a financial incentive here for our district to make sure that our students are in school, but aside from the financial piece of it, right, we want to make sure that that our kids are thriving, that they're here every day, that they have a purpose, right? So again, there's both sides to this story, the financial aspect of it. National average, I want to say, is about 87%, 89%. And so I think our district in general is doing really well. This is just our school, but I know that our sister schools are also up there doing their piece. This is our year over year. This is from 22-23, 23-24, 24-25, right? This is where we're at now. And if you look at that red piece over there, I know it's red, but the red, this is our school year. You look at our excellent, where we start at 600, and then we peak a little bit over 700. For satisfactory, manageable, and the chronic and severe actually drop. So year to year, we have been showing improvement, and I want to make reference to the fact that we brought in an additional employee, meaning Janet, and an additional work. So I see a correlation. I'm not saying it's just her, but we started doing these tiered interventions, the incentives, thanks to LCAP funds, thanks to our principals who are supporting our initiatives, that we have seen an improvement, right? And so I wanted you to get that visual. Again, we have numbers, but this comes from our A2A program that is monitoring our growth. And again, to shine light a little bit of the policies, because that was asked a few weeks ago by some of our board members and some of our parents, really. We send out notifications about what our policies are. I try to send that out at least once a quarter with a mass email, mass text, parent, student, staff. You have 5 school days to clear absences with a phone call every semester. I'll like parent, my hair hurts, my feet hurt, I don't know, I have an earache infection, whatever the case might be. 5 days each semester. But after those 5 days, we do require a doctor's note. And that is because auditors are requesting that from us. So that is our process. That is where our attendance clerks kick in. That is where our continuous communication kicks in on item number 3, where communication is continuous. It's automated calls, it's our community liaison, our attendance clerk, and our administrators. We're also constantly making parent contact there. Within our A2A program, we do have a healthy competition. I always like to see these reports from the company that sends us monthly reports. And you can see, I know that these numbers, there's a big difference with Desert Oasis. They have less students than us, right? So one student will be absent, one conference that isn't done, their numbers reflect bigger. So I do want to give props to the Desert Oasis team because they work tirelessly with the numbers that they have. But these are conferences that we're doing. I'm actually going to let Janet explain a little bit more about the A2A program because she is the core of that piece. So Janet, you may move forward.
Good evening, my name is Janet Ortiz. I'm the attendance specialist at Southwest High School, and I work with the chronicle absent students. As you can see here in the A2A program that we use, it's a great tool because it helps us to recognize, analyze, and plan data. And this report was run by March 31st, and we have 588 conferences that we need to do. And by that time, only 60 were pending. All those conferences are closed, but new conferences are always generated by the system. Right now, we have 30. Right here, you can see the letters, the difference between excessive excused absence and the truancy letters. But both letters are generated after 3 excused period absence, or even though they are excessive excused periods. The same applies for letter number 2, when it's 6 excused period absence, and then for letter number 3, 9 excused period absence. So the same rollover for the excessive excused letters applies. 1 letter, 3 periods that are excused, letter number 2, 6 excused period absence, and letter number 3, 9 excused period absence. Okay, in this chart, you can see that the letters spike in the winter break. Between November and December is when we get the most letters, is when our attendance is getting affected the most. And right here, you can see the amount of letters that are being sent to our families between 24 and 24 this school year. For truancy letters, letter number 1, 675, letter number 2, 977, and truancy letter number 3, 1,395. For excessive excused absence, for letter 1 is 1,078. For letter 2, 420, and for letter 3, we don't have letters. This report was reviewed between April 4 and April 7, and by April 8, all these 665 conferences were closed. So that was a very good number because only 1.18% of those conferences were removed. Those are those 10 conferences. The way we work at Southwest, we have 4 layers that we go through. First, we identify the student that's gonna need a meeting. We hold a meeting, the counselor and myself. We try to find the reason for the absence. Then the student is being placed on their attendance agreement. We're asking the student to improve their attendance and to have a very communication with the school. The parent needs to be communicating better with the school, and also the student needs to be coming to school to every period and every day. And then everything that we do, it goes into Aries and through Excel sheets, and always running reports from 8 to 8. So everybody that have access to those Excel sheets, they know where we are in the progress with our student. And then we go into stage number 3, where the counselors are meeting with the student to prevent the student to get more absence. That is where COSA counselor, the community liaison, meet with the student once or twice a week. And then the clerks always feeding us information regarding that particular student. And as Southwest, we drive to have a strong communication with everybody to improve the attendance of our students. We want to have a strong communication with the teachers through email or any administrator and the counselors. Also, we do presentations in the classroom to remind the students that those 5 days that Ms. Martinez told us, 5 days to excuse the absence, and 5 times the student can call, and the parent or the family can call in the semester to excuse the student. I just want to add that for my role, also, I do phone calls, I'm meeting with students one-on-one, I meet with the parents, I communicate with the administrator and the counselors, I do home visit, I do the referrals for the students, I promote to have good attendance, and we always trying to reward our students for improving their attendance. Thank you.
And we're not done, because I want to convince you that attendance matters. And how we do it is by engaging students in the attendance process. So we work closely with our mental health specialists, and they have these peer-to-peer groups where they highlight the importance. They do activities, they do games. That's done during advisory period. We're also looking at Well, as part of our daily work, right, in our classrooms, we want to promote that teachers have engaging activities. If the activities in the classroom are relevant, the students will come. If the students feel that their voice matters, that the project or the work that they're doing matters, they will come. And so that's our continuous work, not only with attendance and the phone calls and the communication, but that's in the work with our instructional team, our curriculum team. And so we rely heavily on that too, and partnering with them is important. Offering the extracurricular activities to promote attendance, right? Senior picnic, prom, all those things are for seniors. But we also do attendance awards, just like Mr. Diaz has mentioned. We have the certificates, we have the drawings that we have the perfect attendance awards. And so those things are done continuously throughout the year. And then we have some gift cards. Again, all of this is thanks to the funding that you guys provide to us through LCAP. Woo -woo. And so those things are very important. We do not want them to go away because we buy little goodies. We have our system where we do Eagle Bucks. And the kids get rewarded with something for showing improvement. Hey, you've improved for 2 weeks, so here's some Eagle Bucks. And then at the end of the month, you can redeem for some cool jackets, some hats, cool prizes, right? You guys get to keep these, by the way. So those are all the things that we continue to do that are part of this tiered system. And I know Mr. Diaz mentioned that earlier, and I'm gonna very quickly jump to, right, our tier ones are our attendance clerks, our administrators. Tier 2, small groups, community liaison, again, the administrator. Tier 3, individual students. This is our attendance specialist, our COSA, and again, our administrator. There's a common denominator that there's always an administrator present watching that this masterpiece work, right? But it's not just site, it's district. It's also the people who work behind the scenes. Marcy and Mrs. Petter here supporting us. The district support the interventions that comes from the funding, from the SARB meetings, from the board policies. I know Adrian and I have had conversations about some of the missing board policies that we are seeing in other school districts that we'd like to consider for the future. Again, not for this presentation, but just planting the seed that some board policies for attendance purposes are being seen in other districts, and maybe we can emulate at some point. And so again, drawings, gift cards, perfect attendance recognition, those are all part of those things that Janet and our community liaison and our COSA, who was recognized earlier, help us celebrate with. I don't know, Janet brought little examples, the gift cards and all of these things. We do also rely heavily on our SRO. I want to thank our board and the people who were behind bringing our SROs on our campus. They were very needed, and our SRO meets with students on this chronic list. The SRO helps make home visits. If there's places where we feel that the family is in need of services, the SRO puts us in contact with social services, with things like that. So our SRO is very important to us. They have the ability to provide fines. They have the ability to delay or suspend California's driver's license. We very rarely use those, but just having the power of using that is very important in motivating, right? Because attendance matters. And so ultimately, we want every student to be in school on time every day. The attendance piece, right, there's a funding component to it. That's for our schools. That's obviously very important. But aside from that, we're looking at making sure that our kids thrive, right, and making them feel that they're at home. So that contact and that communication with my team is important, and I want to give Janet a round of applause for the work that she does. And that's on her.
Thank you so much for a wonderful presentation. I really love that. Attendance matters. There's a lot of cool outreach going on.
Ladies, you guys get to pick. Thank you so much. You guys pick.
Thank you. They're very nice.
With me, I have Aislene Casio. She is our attendance specialist here at Central High School. So we'll be giving a presentation on the incentives and the interventions that we do on our campus daily. So we do have an attendance team. We meet with this attendance team every 2 weeks. This attendance team consists of our 2 attendance clerks, our community liaison, our attendance specialist, our COSA counselor, which is Mrs. Ramona Campos, myself, our school resource officer, and our school and district nurse. So at this time, we talk about our procedures that we currently have on our campus, things that are coming up that may be a concern in a classroom, or maybe concerns that are going on with maybe too many nurse visits in one day that are going out, you know, where students are going to see the nurse, different things that come up. So we have these meetings every 2 weeks, and they've been very successful. Some of the interventions that we have on our campus that we do on a daily basis, we do our Spartan snack packs. We also do our attendance bucks. So whenever we have students that are improving on our campus, that their attendance is improving, or maybe they're getting perfect attendance, we're giving them attendance bucks. And with that, they're able to get Spartan snack packs on Thursdays during lunch hour. They can also get their Spartan gear during that time. So just like Southwest has Spartan gear for students, so do we. We offer that to them. We also give out gift cards for students that are showing improvement. And we also have monthly raffles. We also post all of our monthly raffles and our winners on our social media posts and pages. We also do semester celebrations, and we do those during our advisory, like our advisory classes. We do those celebrations with students.
So we also do the attendance challenges. So we did do one this last semester at the beginning of second semester. We came back with that. And it was basically a challenge between all the classes. So freshmen, sophomores, juniors, seniors, who had the best attendance. And at the end, the winners was going to get a prize. So the seniors won. And then they got ice cream. So they were all super excited about that. Care packages, we started doing that this school year. So for our students that have been out for more than 5 days, and we know that they're going to be out like due to a medical reason, our community liaison has partnered with ARC, and they helped, they donated some goodie bags for those students. So she goes out to the home to show the parents, hey, we care, we hope your student gets better. And it has like little stress balls or water bottles. It also has like little snacks and stuff like that. So it's kind of nice for the parent to see that, you know, the school is reaching out, just letting them know, hey, we're thinking about your student and, you know, we're concerned. So that's actually in the packet that I gave you at the back of our attendance flow chart. You can see kind of an example of what that would be. So we do like to foster that positive environment for our students. However, we do know that there's some students that need a little bit more individualized support. So then that's when I come in and I have the START meetings for the parents with the student, the COSA and myself. And so we kind of talk about what are those barriers that the students are facing right now, or the families, and how can we better help them, right? So we partner with our community resources, we partner with different agencies to try to help those students and help those families. So overall, we talk about grades, we talk about attendance, we talk about all our behavior sometimes, and we can make those appropriate referrals. So let's say we do like check in, check out. We refer them to mental health specialists. We create an attendance success plan. So I go over that with the student, and we talk about how can you improve your attendance. So what is it that is in your control, right? So maybe it's not skipping class. Maybe it's waking up a little earlier. Because sometimes it doesn't have anything to do with what's going on at home. Sometimes it is just their own personal decisions, right? But we just want to make sure that we're addressing all those barriers, and that we're doing our part as a team to help that student be successful.
Okay, so this is our intervention dashboard. So this is only out of Aries, okay? So from this, it states, just to give you an example, this is our attendance specialist, where she has phone calls, 962 phone calls that she has made out. Also with attendance, meeting students, and that would be 649. Also our community liaison home visits for the school year, 449. Our community liaison phone calls are 388. Our community liaison meetings are 299 and 290. Our SARTs for our attendance are 208. Our check-in, check-out meetings are 102. Students that have gone to a SARB hearing, we have 35 students that have gone. But just as a side note, when we send students to SARB, we do see that as an intervention. So many of our students get returned back to Central on a stricter contract, or others also go to Desert Oasis. Okay? And then the community liaison contact with parents, that would be 28.
So we heard a little bit about 828, right? So they changed their name. It's School Status Attend. So if you hear School Status Attend and 828, it's basically the same thing. So we're working with them. They're the ones that help us generate these notices after the 3-period absences or 3 full-day absences. Any combination of the two is going to trigger that first notice. So as you can see, we have had a total of 682 conferences for Central. And the red is before the conference is sent. The gray line is when the conference is sent, when the letter is sent and the conference is generated. So that means conference generated means a phone call by me or a community liaison, or we have a meeting with a student, or it just depends on the situation, right? But then you can see how their attendance improves, and then it goes green, right? So we can see that that is improvement there. We've seen a 37% improvement after the conference has been held. Kind of going back actually on that same packet that I provided you, you'll see I gave you some reports that you can look over if you'd like. So on page 3, so we did have, I gave you like a top 20 missed school days. Page 2, I apologize. Top 20 missed school days, so it's a calendar. You can see that it's red. The top 2 days that we had was September 13th and September 16th. Central did have a unique situation that took place on those 2 days. We did have a threat, an online social media threat. So that those numbers between those 2 days, we had over 1,100 students out. We have 2,000 students on our campus, okay? So we took a really big hit on those 2 days. However, we're still working hard trying to get those numbers up. So I do think that that did affect a tiny bit, but overall we're still working on that. The next page, you can see our truancy rate, our chronic attendance, everything has dropped. Our truancy rate has decreased by 13%, our chronic rate has decreased by 10.29%, and our excessive excused absences have decreased by 6.1%. So we're doing some good work. Then we can go on to our truancy rates. In 2022-2023, Central's truancy rate was at 47.45%. The next school year, 2023-2024, we dropped to 30.45. So that was a 17% truancy rate decrease in a span of a year, which was really, really big change. Right now, we currently are at 31.65. However, like I said, I do think that those 2 days made a big impact, and we're still gonna continue working. We did implement last school year, our community liaison, she basically assigns Saturday school now. She gives these little passes that the students and the families called it like the golden ticket because it's gold, and they give it to them, but they're not too excited like Willy Wonka was, right? But they still get the golden ticket and they come to Saturday school. So last year we had 3,565. So far we've had 2,356. We still have 3 more Saturday schools left. So we hope to get to the 3,565 or exceed those numbers hopefully. And our average daily attendance is still at 95.42%. So we're really proud of that number. Our goal is to get to 96, 97. Through consistent efforts, we hope to reach that goal. We know that our Spartans can do great things, so we hope to see that happen.
And this year, we have connected with our assistant principal of curriculum with Saturday school. So we're connecting with them when it comes to students that are not doing well in school, that are maybe getting D's and F's, and we are hiring teachers that are tutors. So the teachers are tutoring. We have about 11 teachers that come on the Saturdays, and we actually connect the student with the class that they're failing, and they get assigned to that teacher. So if it's English that they're failing, they're going to go to tutoring with that English teacher. But they're also students that have attendance concerns. So that's how we make those connections, and that started this school year.
Thank you so much for presenting. Are there any questions from the board members?
Thank you, ladies. I know that was a lot of work, not just for the presentation, but the work that you're doing throughout the school year.
Thank you so much.
And on that note, I think I'm going to say, LCAP is going to be something that we talk about a lot, particularly in June. And so I don't know how much time, right, for the sake of time that we want to put into LCAP right now. But I think my question is, are there questions that you have specifically with our current LCAP, or might we continue this conversation in June when we bring back the revision for next school year? Yep.
Maybe not questions for now, but in June, I know that we missed part of your presentation in one of the board meetings, and I know some of us wanted to go through the whole presentation, but we're very interested. And I've been as an employee through LCAP for many years. So maybe not today, but for June or in a separate meeting, however you want to do it, I would like to see your presentation and explain it to us, because we are very interested in helping our students. And from what I've heard today, we're on it. We're on it. And I applaud you for the LCAP, giving them their goodies and incentives, but I understand that there's some students that are beyond, being helped, and I appreciate that the LCAP is just kicking in there for the attendance problem. One question that I do have, and I remember, I live in Heber. I'm gonna give you my address, but the big sign used to be the catch-all that would say, "Your attendance matters." I haven't seen it lately. Is it still up there on the electronic?
Oh, on the no, it's not.
It used to be a catch-all, and I remember a few years back that if you were coming or going, because you see it both ways, and it would just, you'd be driving and it's massive, and you would just catch it, and it almost made me feel that, oh, should I be sending my kids to school, or because it did attract that attention from, maybe it would help, I don't know.
Got it?
But thank you.
No, that was them. I just take everybody's feedback and I put it in a report, right? So it's the group that makes this work.
It's all team effort. Thank you so much, Ms. Sutter.
Absolutely.
It really is. Are there any other questions from the board at all? No? Not tonight? Okay. All right, I think we'll be continuing this conversation in June, it sounds like.
Sounds like a plan.
Okay, sounds awesome. With that, I will be moving forward to agenda item number 11, ECSTA and CSEA comments. Do we have anyone from ECSTA present?
And everyone still in attendance from the community and colleagues. Once again, my name is Gabino Dueñas. I am the president of El Centro Secondary Teachers Association. Comments will be brief tonight. Just want to remind you guys that we will be having the retirement party. Some of you have already received your invitations. Those that have not, let me explain. I ran into the two individuals, and so I handed it to them. The district office does have your invitations, and you should be getting them shortly if you have not already. I do not know. So the retirement party will be held this year at the Eagles, and it will be on May 9th, and I believe it starts at 6 p.m. So we hope to see you all there. It should be a good party. We have 5 retirees this year that I'm aware of. I do not know that anyone else has reported, but there may be somebody towards the very last minute who says, I'm out. I don't know. But as of right now, 5 retirees. So again, Please join us. It should be a fun party, May 9th. Other comments? I do want to thank Dr. Farkas again because we, over the last couple of years, we've worked with Sabrina's Wish, and I know that it was a great success at Southwest. And so for everyone that was involved with that, it was very good for the students to be able to, I guess, gain something from a community partner that we have established. And I believe this week it's happening at Central. So the students at Central will also be able to get access to some free goodies to, lower the cost of attending a school function that tends to be very costly. So that's a very good partnership, and we hope to continue to keep that. I know that Sabrina's Wish and the people that are putting that together have been growing their goal, right? They've been getting more and more people involved from other groups, so hopefully that continues as well. And I also wanted to comment about all that we were able to see tonight. I mean, the soccer team, the cheerleaders, the mock trial, all of those, and I may have forgotten someone, I'm sorry, but it's a lot of great stuff. It's a testament to what we have as a district, as our motto, which is committed to excellence. It's a testament. It displays, it shows that we're doing good things on our campuses. But with that, I do want to remind you that there's a lot of work that goes behind that. There's a lot of time that is spent. And so let's keep that in mind as we continue to negotiate. That's all for tonight.
Thank you so much. I recently learned that I think with Sabrina's Wish, they gave out under 30 dresses this year. I ran into Lydia out there in the library, and it looked so good. The students were walking in at the last minute, they were packing up, and they're like, is it too late? And they're like, no, here, go look. And it was really cool to see them try the dresses on and kind of go through that process. So I echo your sentiments. It was really cool to see that happen and see that grow. Anyone from CSCA here for comments? All right, then. I believe that concludes our open agenda items, and we will be going back into closed session at 8:35. Thank you so much. no action was taken during closed session. Thank you so much, and we'll be adjourning this meeting at, thank you, 9:36.